Hello, Gamer Toshiv, Bality, Loy Lapork, Irv Blair. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Welcome to the stream. And while it might be feast day, a thing, I am still stuck doing this bloody thesis, so you're all stuck in here with me. I'll make crazy eyes at you. But hopefully we will make it a little bit interesting. Stop me from going up the wall. It looks like chat is quiet this morning, unless StreamYard is lying to me. No one's here yet. Hello. Hi, Hayden. Welcome to the stream. How are you? What are you up to today? You're on spring break. And may have confused some of my American friends because here in Ireland we haven't moved for daylight savings yet, so we're an hour later for you folks, I think, than I normally am. Oh no, I'm freezing. I really, really hope that we are not going to have a repeat of last time. Aiden is cold. Spending this morning doing internship stuff. Oh, that's very cool. What sort of internship are you doing? Yes, you're an hour late. I'm not an hour late. I am exactly at the time that I said I'd be at. It's just an hour later than you're used to, and only in a relative sense. Time zones are weird. I hear that you folks aren't going to stop doing summertime this year, that you're just going to stay there and not fall back this time. We're thinking about it, but if it's happening, it's probably not happening this year, so I might end up being at a different time for you if I'm still streaming in the autumn. Oh, hello, Persephone. Welcome to the stream. Oh, I really hope I'm not freezing for you guys as much as I'm freezing for me. Otherwise, we might be in trouble again. Watched the 2006, 2008, 2010 election results for my political internship. Now working to 2012. Oh, I see the worst is ahead of you. 2016 was a year. I hate the time change almost as much as the cold. Well, I think you're done with it now. Ooh, cool shirt. Thank you. I like my shirt. I thought I may as well wear something green for the day that's in it. Fine on your end. Okay, well, I'll try to ignore it then. It's clearly just something on my end being weird, but hopefully that doesn't mean anything's going to fall over. Not freezing for you. Awesome. Good. I don't know if I hear the phrase stem cell embryonic research one more time, I'm going to throw something at someone. Yeah, it does tend to come up a bit disproportionately in the rhetoric of some conservative politicians. I still think that the worst is ahead of you. Because after 2016, you get to hear things like, well, I think build the wall is a more irritating catchphrase. I also have some strong personal feelings about people that use gender indoctrination as a political talking point because fuck's sake. Yeah, to make gender indoctrination your thing, and then you're not talking about gender reveal parties that set everything on fire. You're talking about people allowing their children who are trans to be trans and not force them into hiding that. But such is the fun world of current political discourse. Oh no, you can have some fun around to build a wall. For example, you can build a wall around Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, I suppose that's it. There's also, if you are a musical fan, you can throw on Hades Down, and you can marvel at the fact that Why We Build the Wall was not written before, was not written after Trump's presidential campaign. It was written before. It was written several years before. And while Hades is an awful lot more eloquent in how he makes his pitch for the sort of isolationism he is doing, and making sure that people are overworked so they never get a chance to question him. It's a little uncomfortably close in tone. We build the wall to keep us free. If you haven't listened to it, you definitely should. The soundtrack is kind of amazing, just in general. Blues. Yes, that's isolating yourself, taking time to be alone, and attempting to keep everyone out of your country and stop people thinking about what might be outside, stop them being concerned with the other affairs of the world. It's kind of a different tone of things. If it's just yourself, it's a retreat. If you're bringing other people with you into your isolation, it's more like a compound. It's called shit. Okay. I think that I am going to start the first sprint. Everyone was isolationist to some degree in 2020. Incorrect. Anyone with any sense was isolating themselves in 2020. We all know that it wasn't everyone. And, I was spending as much time as possible trying to keep myself not isolated, just physically not in proximity to anybody. Oh yeah, that's called Waco. Yep. Jonestown also. That's yeah. It is a known tactic of people who like echo chambers. Just make sure that the people around you never talk to anyone else. It makes a really good echo chamber. And yeah. That depressing note about 2020 and its discontent. I think 2020's over. I'm not sure. It's been a bit weird. 2021 didn't really exist for me. This is just one of these days where I'm going to be relatively sarcastic and lighthearted, isn't it? I hope so. I hope so. I enjoy those sort of comments. Okay, I think I am going to do a sprint because, we want to get started, want to get stuff going. Let's do the thing. We're going to start with our traditional 10-minute opening sprint. Please open. Don't be weird. Don't even have anything else running. Why is it doing this? 3, 2, 1. Oh no. Hey everybody, Fall to Rush. Welcome back. And we have some comments. We've got Mark, who has an amazing profile picture. I love the screaming bird. That is cool. It says hello, which is appropriate. It looks like the bird is saying it. We've got, yeah, in saying, yeah, today is December 422, 2020. Yeah, it does feel like that sometimes. Hi, Mark. Justin's here. Hello. My day's goal is to finish my ebook project, then sleep the rest of the day away. That sounds like an excellent plan for the day. I am continuing to work on my thesis. I'm working on the discussion section. I don't think I'm going to get it done today, but if I get a if I get a few bits of it done, I think I'll feel good about it. We have got Michaela. Hello, hi. What are you working on today? Persephone is working on Faustian Pacts. Our Lady of Ways and Means in the chat here. Well, those things work out very well, so long as you are the demon and not Faust. I think you're probably on the correct side somehow. Cool. That is awesome. I got very little in terms of actual word count done that time. I got my contact lenses in. I got a drink. I got the things open, and I started writing. So that is, it's in some ways the hardest bit to actually start putting words. Oh, what have we here? Mark says, I'm working on a new book. Literally just started page 1. Oh, that is so exciting. What's your book about? What sort of genre are you working in? Do you have a plan? Are you the sort of writer who does a fairly detailed outline first, or are you pantsing your way through it, just sort of writing it and seeing where the characters take you? Michaela, I am working on chapter 15 of my book, but because I know it is going to be a big one, my goal for the day is 5,000 words. Wow, I hope we can get there. I hope we can help you get there. And MSNBC can now project that Bernie Sanders will be re-elected Senator of Vermont. Yeah, it's interesting watching the political news with spoilers, isn't it? Book 1 of a 5-books series, adult high fantasy. I'm quite excited to see your book when it comes out. Everything I've heard about it sounds really quite cool. We've got Mark is also writing fantasy, moving over after writing an entire sci-fi trilogy. Cool. Have a general idea of what each chapter needs to be about. Well, that's good. That's good. I hope that we can help you get a good start on it. We've got a Casey. Hello, Casey. Welcome to the chat. Good morning. Hopefully, the hours difference is not throwing you off too much. Hopefully, you can. Hopefully, we'll have you now because you usually pop in later. Maybe we get to have you for longer today. That would be awesome. Bernie Sanders had hair. Wow. I mean, I'm not surprised. Given the few years he's had, uh, I have fairly robust hair, but if I'd had the few years that Bernie Sanders has had, I don't think I'd have hair anymore. Yeah, hair. And says I should probably be working on my fantasy. No one's mentioned stem cells yet. Might watch until that happens. I think you're too young for drinking games. My impression, from what you've told me, that at least in your jurisdiction, you are too young for drinking games. But I feel like if I was watching the last few um, elections back to back, I might invent a drinking game. But a writing game where every time you get you have to deal with the especially bullshitty slogans, you get to stop and write for a while. That sounds like a really good idea and much less likely to get you smashed. Casey says, "Yeah, time change allows me to enjoy your streams for longer." Well, you only have it for 2 weeks, but I've heard that it's just that there's just been a thing passed, so you're not coming back off summertime, which means that if I am still streaming in the autumn, chances are that I will be at a useful time, but it's also entirely possible that I'll be working completely different schedule then, so I'll be doing them at a completely different time, which may or may not be useful for you. We'll see. We'll see. Uh, Hayden is going to make coffee when he hits 2016. He is watching through the results of the last few elections for a political internship. And yes, making a batch of coffee when you hit 2016 is probably an idea. I mean, it probably won't help with your blood pressure, but stem cells take a shot. Yep. Wow. Of all the things to get focused on, politics is weird, man. Politics is weird. And Oscar, hey, good to see you. How are you? What are you working on today? I don't. You're in a different time zone, aren't you? You're in one of the European time zones. Have you moved relative to us? Am I at the same time as usual for you, or am I before, after? I don't know. We are thinking about changing it in the same way as a lot of the EU is thinking about changing en masse, and we might end up not doing the daylight savings thing anymore, sticking with one or the other. Though the tricky thing is that we kind of have to have the UK agree to do it at the same time, because we can't really have the north of Ireland and the Republic on different time zones. That just would not work. They're like too close together. It's not. It would not be worth it. But I don't know if the UK is going to want to do anything that Europe is doing at the moment, like stem cells, a political football. Uh, Casey's commiserating with Hayden on having to watch all of the elections. I think he's a glutton for punishment. I think he likes it. or a glutton for politics at least. God. Same old, just researching seahorse. That's awesome. You should tell us some seahorse facts. Italian time. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I think you folks do some kind of daylight savings over there because they were talking about changing it across Europe, but I don't know. Sorry, all the comments are taking ages to load because of the weird freezing I've got on my end. Yeah, Hin says few of them are fun, like 2000, but the Obama era has been torture, which is mildly surprising. Well, I mean, that was the era where all of there was all of that birther stuff, and you would have had sort of the rise of the Tea Party during that kind of time. There was a lot of backlash to Obama, and then Obama made a lot of promises that he didn't keep. So the disappointed idealist in you might be frustrated by that. Guantanamo Bay still being open, that kind of thing. And of course, the spoilers. You know where certain things are going. Da, da, da. God, I think you are later. With COVID, my brain is confused. Yeah, that's fair. When I had COVID, I was sort of like, I would just crawl out of bed whenever I was ready to crawl out of bed, and yeah, I was not really interacting with the rest of the house. They were sort of bringing food and leaving it outside my door. So, yeah, I did know when it was. I did know when it was time to stream. I did still do my stream, which is pretty cool of me. If I do say so myself, it's pretty cool of you to still be on my stream, even though you are suffering the effects. And it's frozen again. Oh, cool. Seahorses don't have stomachs. That's pretty interesting. That's very cool. Yeah. Yeah. The only interesting thing I know about seahorses is that the male seahorses incubate the baby seahorses. One of the few instances where that happens, where the sex with the smaller gametes does that, and as such, they have become a kind of a mascot for trans men who get pregnant. You'll see people calling themselves seahorse dads, which is kind of cool. Casey says, I hate daylight savings and I seriously wish it would go away. I thought they got rid of it at the federal level, and it's this is going to be the last year that you have a change over there. Or am I mistaken you? Pretty sure you're on that side of the pond. Oscar says, think I'm over the worst of it already. Feel nearly normal again. Awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. And Mark, come on, stop freezing. So weird writing a world that isn't the one I've been working on since 2019. Yeah, that must be a weird one. That must be a weird one. I've never had anything that's been my sort of sole project for that long, apart from what I'm writing at the moment, which is academic writing. So I think that I will just be overjoyed to go and write anything else because I don't have to stop and cite things every 2 seconds. Oh, thanks for that. I have a trans character becomes right. Yeah. It's worth yeah, it's worth looking into. Seahorse Dad is a thing to throw into Google if you want to hear about people talking about that experience. The other thing that is interesting is certainly there's a quirk of the English speaking world uh, and online spaces where FTM in some places stands for female to male, trans man. In some parenting forums, FTM is used to mean first time mother. If you move from one space into the other, that can be startling and confusing at first. Haven't heard that. Ah, interesting things. Yeah. Of all the things the Senate approved unanimously, all 100 old coots voted to agree on this was to kill daylight savings in 2023 after one final jump forward. Oh, so it's next year. Oh, weird. That seems. I mean, I guess it's an idea to have a run up for planning, but I guess. Oh, a documentary called Seahorse. Cool. Awesome. I am glad I could help you with your research. Uh, Hayden says, "Thank God." Casey saying to Hayden, "Thank God." I mean, I understand it was a necessary thing back in the day for farmers when technology was different. Yeah, at this point, everybody's working on different schedules anyway. So, people who need to get up early can still do that. Uh, it's come a long way. And they don't need an extra hour of light. I mean, there's some professions that still will. Um, but I think I think it probably is causing more trouble than it solves these days. Okay. Yeah. Parts of the nation still need it. There are mental advantages to keeping it, but I'm also probably the only person in Tennessee that thinks about that. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't think it makes that much material difference unless you're on a very rigid schedule. And the thing is, I mean, pretty much apart from things like schools, like employers could just move the shifts. That's a thing you can do, and a lot more people are on flexible hours than used to be. Curious what parts you think still needed. Yeah, that would be interesting to hear. But I am going to move on because I'm getting distracted by the chat. Every time I try to move on, you guys do something interesting. Don't want that. Don't want to end up with no sprints. So let's do another one. Let's do a 25-minute sprint. And then I'll come back to this, and maybe there will be fascinating insights about the daylight savings. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Looks like we got a lot of chat going on. Let's find out what's happening. Do remember to stretch, hydrate, save your work, like the stream, all of those things. Hooky. Right. Oscar. Just wake up based on the clock, anyways. Even when daylight savings kick in, I don't notice everything's digital now, anyways. I can understand the mental thing. I think switching back and forth is what causes seasonal depression. Our bodies aren't given a chance to adjust before it changes again. Not sure about that. I think that the changing of the light possibly is going to mess with people regardless. Parts of the Far Belt and West Coast, mostly in places like Kansas and the Dakotas, dark light contrast in time can be detrimental, especially with how dark it is when we jump back an hour. Additionally, during daylight time, crime drops by an average of 27%. Car crashes decrease by an average of 15% and lowers energy costs by an average of 10%. The trouble is, relative to what? Because you've kind of got you've unless you do a test run where you don't do daylight savings time in the same area, it's really difficult to separate that from seasonal variation. I mean, I guess if you look at the week before and the week afterwards, and you do it on both sides so that it's not the change so much as the actual the actual being back or forward an hour, you're gonna get any changes that are simply seasonal anyway. As KC says, decided to look into it a little further. Apparently, the farming reason for DLS is a myth. Farmers actually hated the change, did it during wartime as a fuel saving purpose. Yeah. Certainly, that's why it was brought in over here, or brought in the UK for that reason, and we kind of kept it because it was in World War One and prior to independence. Report I found for energy says you only save 0.5% per day, so very minimal savings, which still might be worth it given the way things are going, both with energy prices and global warming. But saw the argument DLS helps align daylight with the normal work school schedule. My argument against that is that the normal schedule has already been proved ineffective. Yes, I think that it would be a good idea to change some of the normal schedules. Particularly, I think school could be knocked forward a bit. Certainly high school, because teenagers tend to have a later sleep phase than that. No one has the ability to proper brain function for an entire 8-hour work/school day. Depends on the task. Depends on what you mean by proper brain function. But yeah, it's maybe not the most efficient way to work if you're doing anything other than like line work. And I'm frozen again. Mark has written 700 words. Well done. Awesome. I found a good start to what I was writing. So Don't know exactly how many words I've written, but they're good ones, I think. Yeah, we've got some congratulation going on. Got Michaela, 452. Yay! Happy days. Say D, mostly due to low light in winter. Not sure if daylight savings affects that. Hard to say. It depends on what the person's schedule is. If they have to get up, uh, if they have to get up very early in the morning, regardless, it's not necessarily going to change things for them. Yeah, it depends on your job. Yeah, I think that's probably right. But this part of the world, I'm quite a ways away from the equator here, so daylight is very short in winter, regardless. And either I'm going to go home in the dark, or I'm getting up in the dark, and often it's both. If I have a commute at all, so yeah, when you have that little usable daylight and you're spending it all at work, it doesn't really matter that much, especially if your place doesn't have a lot of windows. Thankfully, I'm not prone to seasonal depression at all. I'm lucky like that, but yeah, I'm not sure that daylight savings is gonna change it for my little part of the world anyway. And we're loading, processing. It'll come up eventually. There we go. No, when I was in high school, I had to wake up at 6 a.m. to feed all my pets for an hour and then get to school for 7 a.m. Couldn't have managed an earlier start. Yikes. Yeah. Though, I mean, if you are. I think solutions kind of have to be different based on where you are, because if you are somewhere that is very hot and your kind of way of dealing with that as a society is to all have a break in the middle of the day, that might be quite sensible, and get stuff done in the cool of the day, sleep for the heat, and do things again in the afternoon after an extended break is totally a valid way to do it. And biphasic sleep schedules work quite well for a lot of people. It's sleep schedules are actually quite varied cross culturally, and the problem is that there's always going to be some humans who don't adapt well to their local schedule. Sleep problems can kind of be considered a bad fit sometimes, rather than a bad sleep schedule, if you know what I mean. If I was in a situation where my tendency to uh, get up at noon and go to sleep late in the night, maybe the very early morning, was something that was required for my job, it would be a good fit. But given that most of the jobs that I do involve being awake in the daytime, that's a problem. But on average, adolescents tend to have later sleep phases than others. Casey's not writing, doing work tasks as I get them, but building my first D&D character while I wait for emails. Oh, awesome! Tell us about your character. Tell us your backstory. Do it. Briefly saying I get SAD, but I dose of vitamin D in winter. It's very hard to know the impact daylight savings was removed by doing it first and looking at data, I guess. There were some experiments back in the 60s and 70s here. The reason people were not fond of it at that point was because of kids walking to school in the dark. That that was a thing that became a problem, and people worried about their safety on the roads. That was the major thing that came out of it. But with better street lighting and more kids getting dropped to school or brought a bus, it might not be as big of an impact now. Expect the data to be different depending how close you are to the equator. Yeah, because that changes the amount of light you get a lot. Yeah, it was in England till 23. Had English crappy high school, no decent break. Starting school at 7 in England in winter. Oh no, that sounds awful. I started school at 9 or half 9, depending on which school I moved around a bit. That was early enough. Exotica, hello. Hi all, how is everyone? How many sprints left, please? I'm thinking at least 2. We'll see. We'll see how I am after that. But I am on the last day of my StreamYard month, so long as I keep streaming, they won't cut me off. KC 7:45 to 3:45. That's a long day. That is a long day. Yeah, I mean, I was 9 till 4. 9 till 3 in elementary school. Oscar says, I'm on vitamin D with pregnancy. It's kind of mad how taking it improves your winter mood. Never taken it before because the doctors always told me to go walking outside instead. It's probably worth it. Like, it also improves your resistance to COVID, so that's a thing. If you're deficient, probably best take it. Perfect, thank you. Yay! And a 30-minute lunch. Yeah, that's long. Exotica went to school out of town, had to be at the bus stop at 6:30 in the morning, didn't get home till 4, spent almost 3 hours on a bus every school day. That sucks. Yeah. Yeah, I walked to school for a lot of my schooling, and then for the last 3 years I was like 20 minutes bus ride away, half an hour maybe. But oh god, I've had to do that kind of commute for jobs. It's bad enough when someone's paying you to do that. You're just required to be there. It sucks. Glad that was over. Michaela, 8 to 12 in Greece. Yeah, that makes sense. You want to end early when it's potentially going to be real hot at the start and end of the school year. Yeah. So instead you can go home and nap. My sister always took a nap after school anyway. I'm not inclined towards towards an afternoon nap unless I have not slept at all. It just once I'm awake, I'm awake. Once I'm asleep, it takes a lot to wake me up as well. So I've just got inertia. Because it was agricultural school. There were horses, sheep, cows. You bring your dog or cat there to be groomed. It was a cool place to be, but the bus rides were ridiculously long. Yeah, yeah. It sounds really cool. It sounds really cool. All the animals there, but yeah, 3 hours is a long time to spend in a bus. Oof. My bus was only 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, commutes make a huge difference. I'm so jelly of y'all school studies. The US sucks. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think, school doesn't need to be that long. I think very often it gets planned around adults' schedules rather than the actual needs of schooling. And whatever about adults, kids aren't going to concentrate for a whole school day. Just no. Even if they are good at concentrating for their age, just you're gonna lose a lot. There's diminishing returns after a certain point. Okay, Justin, bicycle to and from school, 15 kilometers. Cool. Uphill both ways. Like going to the local school, it would have been a short bus ride, but decided on the agricultural one, which meant a lot of sacrifice. Thought it was worth it. I did have a lot of fun. Awesome. Yes, it's all about having someone else raise their children. Well, I think might be connected to US work hours also being a bit unreasonable by a lot of the world's standards. Like when Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 looks kind of unrealistically optimistic about the workplace, you kind of got to look side eyes at it and go, really? Really? It wasn't that the location was super far. So the bus would stop through multiple towns, picking people up along the way. That was the first pickup. Yeah. School buses. They do that. Parents just be at work for 8 hours. Kids need a place to be during that time. I mean, there are alternatives. Here, there's a lot of things where like a lot of schools that have after school programs where kids just get to like maybe do some homework, get some food, like run around, play games, some sort of organized activity sometimes. In sort of primary schools, I'd say that's fairly common. Oscar saying most of my time in school was daydreaming because I'd already read the books anyway, so I was bored. They go the speed they go at. You're ahead, you're behind, they don't care. Yeah, I would have been similar to you there. They gotta go at the speed of the middle of the class, really. And yeah, if you fall outside of that, it is easy to end up lost or bored, or both. Whole grading system based off grades of meat. People ready for the working world. Ooh. Spicy. There are alternatives. They charge parents an arm and a leg to use them. Yeah. There are after school programs. They most associated with the school itself and they aren't free. Yeah, I think here it kind of depends on where you are. There are schools in disadvantaged areas tend to get funding to subsidize them. Places in more well-off areas don't so much, but yeah, it varies. And yeah, I mean, after a certain after a certain age, like there being an hour between kids clocking off and parents clocking off isn't so much of an issue. Kids can kind of make their own way home and stuff. But yeah, it's a tricky old thing to organize. I think a lot of things could be helped by more of the people who can being allowed to work from home and more flexible hours for people so that they can kind of fit in with their own schedule rather than making everybody's schedule fit some arbitrary number. But hey, that's just me. Anyway, speaking of work, I think we should get back to work. To do some sprinting. So, gonna bring up a timer. Gonna run another thing. 3, 2, 1. Right. Hello. Hello, how are you? 17 comments. What? I hope you're not having a fight. 18 comments. All right. Obediently obeyed. I need coffee is the first thing I see. Yeah, this has got weird. Okay. Da-da-da. All right. Casey started staying home by myself after school, probably much younger than most because my single mother couldn't afford the after school care. Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. Uh, I think that is something that the state should step in to prevent. People shouldn't be in a situation where they gotta choose between not feeding their kid and not being there to look after their kid. That is a sucky situation. Oscar says my mum told me school was for socializing, which I was failing at. Didn't do that out till college. I think it made me worse at socializing. School's hard. School's hard for the figuring things out socially. I'm not sure that it's worse than the alternatives, but yeah, it's a bit of a hothouse of weirdness. Justin says I hated school and often sneaked out, went to the public library where I read real books, nonfiction as well as fiction. I learned more in the library than at school. That's cool. That's cool. Taught yourself. That's pretty awesome. I was never brave enough to skip school. It wasn't until college. Then I skipped my first class. Yeah, I wasn't much of a skipper. I didn't. We call it mitching here, mitching off class. I didn't do it a lot. Probably for the best. In that I, at least being there, I got poked into doing the stuff that I would otherwise have avoided. Justin says probably people who skipped most days at school got the best exams. There's a lot of chaos and noise in my class. Teachers weren't too bright. That's why I hated it. Couldn't focus on learning there. Yeah. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. I'm glad you're able to find something that worked for you. Casey says, my brother skipped school all the time and get in trouble, so I learned from his mistakes. It's always good when you can learn from someone else's mistakes instead of your own. Saves a lot of trouble. Lived right down the street from the high school. My brother and his friends would just walk to our house and hang out. Of course, my mom got off work early one day and busted them. Always the risk. Always the risk. We are going camping this weekend. I keep thinking that today is Friday. Why my brain must continue to disappoint me. Oh, your hopes are raised and then dashed. Still got another day. Devin Cutting, hello. Hey, everybody, it's the playlist guy. He's cool. His playlist is down in the description. You can find all of the sprints that are going on throughout the days. Got some greetings and some thanks for playlists and yeah. So there was no context for this. It did just come out of nowhere. Okay. Yeah. Sometimes when I am tired, I type nonsense. But you can always fix it later. Got the playlist. Welcome, Casey. Mark says, "Ha, I love it. Typed this not too long ago. A broad smile broke out on his face. It was at this moment that Griselda knew, he knew, she knew. Yeah. Uh, zero draft. Zero draft. Sometimes you just gotta do the thing. You just gotta write the thing and then clean it up later." Devin says, boop. The timer went boop. Okay. Hello, Devin. How are you today? Got 5:54 for that sprint, Michaela. Well done. That is some good sprinting. Gotta check mine because I did actually write a significant amount that sprint as well as just doing things. Yeah. 200. Not amazing. That's not bad. Not bad. And especially given that I've been stuck for a while is good. Yeah. I'm doing okay. It's been another crazy week. Yeah. I hope that it gets less crazy soon. Exotica says both my parents worked 2 jobs. They weren't home a lot. Thankfully, I was a responsible kid and kept myself out of trouble thanks to reading and art. Yeah. You. It sucks that you had so much responsibility so young, but I'm glad that you were able to deal. Hopefully things will settle down soon. Yeah, for Devin. Don't want everything going too crazy on you. Got our resident Cork man saying, call it what? Dublin's weird. Call it dossing in Cork. Yeah, dossing I've heard. Mitching is what I've heard more commonly in Dublin. Yeah. It's a thing. Variations. Everywhere has got their own words for those things. Hashtag the playlist guy. Yay. You have a hashtag. Carla? Hello, Carla. Don't think I've seen you before. Loving the playlist so much. Thank you, Devin. Yay, everybody loves playlists. Oscar says, I lived in the countryside. Skipping would mean just walking around cow fields. So naturally, I had the highest attendance in school. Warm building in winter was still better than that. Yeah. Yeah, I probably would have had some similar issues with skipping for the first, for sort of certainly for the first 12 years or so. I lived in Roscommon, and that is quite a small place, small town in a sparsely populated county. So my mum was home quite a lot. So yeah, the chances of there weren't very many places to go. The chances of getting recognized by somebody who knew one of my parents were high. It would have been quite tricky at that age. In Dublin, would have been much easier, but by that stage, I sort of figured it was probably not worth it most of the time. I didn't hate it most of the time, so I just continued going. Carla, new first day. Welcome very much. to the spirit. Happy St. Patrick's Day if you are celebrating, and even if you aren't. What are you working on? We've got we got some fantasy novelists in the chat. We've got some people who are working on shorties. We've got some people who are doing their day jobs. I am writing a thesis at great length. It's been going on for far too long. Going slowly cracked. It's fine. It's fine. Stop staring into the void. It's fine. Yeah, it's always nice to hear what people are doing. Sometimes we help each other. Sometimes we ask each other questions. And sometimes we just commiserate over whatever our brains are leaking out of our ears about. Carla says, same to you. Working on email marketing this morning. Ah, good. All those practical things. These are good. Casey still working on her D&D character, which she still hasn't told us about. Seriously, class and race at least. What are you playing? I wish to know. I play D&D every second week. I am playing a wild magic sorcerer who has so far managed not to turn himself into a potted plant, and that is his greatest achievement in life. Not exactly true, but close to it. He's someone who is the setting is it's homebrew that the GM has written, and all the party members are attending an academy for heroes. He's a guy who was a street urchin prior to being recruited into this. He attempted to pick up something that definitely fell off the back of a cart. Ended up with accidental magic powers, and it was join the academy or jail. So he's just delighted with everything that's happening, even the random magic stuff, because it is so much better than his employment prospects would have been otherwise. Exotica says, I had a long bus ride, so I tried skipping once by purposely missing the bus. My mother had my godmom take. Never tried that again. It's a long ride when you're being lectured. Yes. Oh. I could see why you tried, but no. Carla says, the void. Yes, I know it well. Yeah. I've got very, very familiar over the last couple of years. Casey says, I'm going with Rogue Human Thief with a Haunted One background. Ooh, mysterious. I like it. Don't want anything with magic right now until I learn how to play. Never played before, so I want to get my feet wet first. Oh, I hope that it goes really well for you and you enjoy it loads. I think role playing is great in general. It's just fun, and for writers, it can be a really interesting exercise in character development and if you are not naturally a pantser, it will teach you to pants, because it's all pants all the way down. And on that very weird statement, I think I'm going to go to another sprint. Pulling it up. Just before I go, Casey says, my brother started playing some of his buddies. I want to start meeting up with him online when they play. I think it'll be fun to play with him. Yay! Oh, Cool sibling bonding time. That's awesome. All right. Ready to go? Stretch, save, hydrate. 3, 2, 1, sprint. Hello. Hello. How are you? I'm back. Ah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I gotta surprise you, brother, with the character. That's quite cool. Yeah. Oh, I hope you have so much fun. Uh, Oscar says, "Can't pants for my life." Well, if you ever want to practice, tabletop RPGs are a really good way to do that. S.A. Crow. Good morning. First time on here, Jack Byron. Found you on Devon Cutting's list. Hey! If he hasn't gone away, Devon Cutting is in the chat here somewhere. We love Devon here. You are very welcome to the stream. I hope that you enjoy your stay here. Casey saying, "Good morning. The playlist guy strikes again." Mark is checking out. Exotica is glad they got up early to get some writing in. Sprints have been very productive. Thank you for hosting. Summarizing chapters, prepping for revision. Next month, Camp Nano. Oh, awesome. What are you? What sort of thing are you writing? What's your genre? What's your plan? And saying you're revising over Camp Nano? That sounds cool. That sounds cool. I tried to use the NaNoWriMo to edit, but it's got a little bit out of hand. I'm still editing the thing. I got quite a lot written this sprint though, so I'm feeling good about it right now. Oops, excuse me. Devon is still here. Awesome. Good to see you, Devon. Good to have you here. Okay, folks. It is now 2:45 my time. I'm getting quite hungry. But we just had some new people come in, so kind of want to keep going. People saying goodbye to each other. Carla got a mini email series done. 7 emails. Awesome. That is some good marketing work. Yeah. It's good. S says I'm working on my 3rd novel to get it ready for beta readers. It's a romance suspense thriller. Awesome. That is so cool. We have a nice mix of genres in the chat. We've got I am doing a thesis. I'm doing academic writing. It's very, very boring for everybody, including me at this point. It's been going on for too long. I don't know if you've ever hung out with anybody who has been writing a thesis, but the general experience is that you get really interested in something for a while, and then it's 2 years later and you're still writing it and you just want it to be done. But we've got some fantasy authors, sci-fi. Justin writes some mysteries. There's lots of cool writers in our chat here. Whenever people on stream mention food, I want food. Yeah. That seems fair. I want food. Only 10:43 a.m. here, getting hungry myself, but I'll wait another 30 minutes. Don't want to break the spell of being in the writing zone. Yeah, I think I am actually at the stage where I need food. I actually need food if I'm going to continue writing. But I am enjoying your company, and I also am on the last day of my StreamYard, so long as I keep streaming, I get to keep streaming. They won't let me start another one. They won't let me start another broadcast, but if I keep one going, they won't cut it off. So I might just keep going. When is your deadline, Jack? End of the month. End of this month. So I am right down to it. Okay, I think I have made a decision. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put up another sprint, but for me, it is going to be a self care sprint, specifically a putting some food in my face sprint. And then I can come back at the end of that, and hopefully you folks will still be here and we can sprint again. But if you guys are not at the food eating stage, then this is another sprint and another opportunity for you to write things. Let's have a look. Yes, grab some food. Sprint again after lunch. Yeah, sensible. This is good. People are agreeing. Productive today. Yeah, I'm feeling productive today too, Oscar. See, always just mute yourself, have lunch, come back whenever you're ready on the stream. Call it a day if you had enough. Eh, eh. I want to keep going. I want to keep going. So I'm gonna drop out for the 25 minutes, give you guys another sprint, and then come back having eaten. Casey is also eating. Yeah, eating is the cool thing to do. All right, so let's do this then. Carla's still gonna be here. Grab some food, come back when you're ready. Oh, thank you, everybody. All right, I will see you soon. I'm gonna food sprint. 3, 2, 1, sprint. everybody, I'm back. I have had a sandwich. I am very glad that I did that. I'm feeling a lot more capable of coherent thought now. And we had some chat in the comments. Ooh, discussing food. Do. Okay. My Be Right Back sandwich message was enjoyed by some. Oscar's getting cereal. Casey's grabbing some oatmeal. Loading. Casey's got personal laptop sitting in front of a work computer, keep trying to use the mouse the wrong computer. Yeah, 2 computer problems. Got some tea and biscuits for Justin. Looks good. Cookies for those of you on the other side of the Atlantic. Yeah, it's a good breakfast. Not gonna lie. Yeah. Oscar says, sometimes do that with my art tablet, using my pen on the laptop touchpad, wondering why it's not working. Yeah. Cookie breakfast is the only correct breakfast. Oh, Exotica also got chocolate chip cookies. Do a few strays, feed the dogs, got a little writing in. Not bad. I'm a little bit jealous of all of these cookies. Justin, yes, being the Cookie Monster Squad. It's not my breakfast. It's 4:17 p.m. in Denmark. Yep, there's always one person who's ahead of me at least. But I think there's 2 today. You and Oscar. Carla loves the music. Tossing glitter. Yay! If you want to hear more of this music, I think it's linked below. It's copyright free music that I got somewhere. I was buying a license for something for a while, but the license recognition thing kept failing, so I kept getting dinged for copyright, which doesn't cause me too many problems because I'm not monetized, but I didn't want to end up like having to continually contest these copyright things, so I just found some free music. Just don't use correction ink on your laptop. I hope that is not from personal experience. Welcome back. Everyone fed. I am fed. And it sounds like everyone else is eating cookies, of which I am now quite jealous because I did not have any cookies. I had a sandwich, but it was a good sandwich. Salad, hummus. Yeah, it's good. Tasty. And we've got a new person. Louise. Hello, Louise. Welcome to the stream. We've been going for a while here, but I've decided that since it is the last day of my StreamYard month, or the second last day, I'm just going to keep streaming for as long as I can, because I can, and they won't cut me off. It'll use up all of the rest of my streaming time and then some, but that won't matter because it restarts on Saturday. Oscar, throw in a nap and it can be second breakfast. Hobbits have it right. Yep. False Road. Oh, very welcome. Always a good welcome for new people coming to the stream. We're not usually running this late, but yeah, sometimes when the mood takes me. My dog is like, cookies. Where's mine? Cookies. Mine? Don't think chocolate chip cookies would be good for the dog though. So I think that dog's going to be very disappointed. And enjoying Oscar's suggestion, like the way you think. Nap's the gift to give ourselves. Yeah, I never got my head around napping. Not even as a very very small child, much to my parents' chagrin. Apparently, from when I was like really really small, I just wouldn't go to sleep before 9 at night, and even then, I'd be waking up at 2 in the morning, being like, "Time to play. Talk to me. I wish to be entertained." And as soon as I was capable of doing so, climbing out of my cot and jumping on everyone's heads. So yeah, I don't know how I survived childhood or why I have siblings. I can only conclude that my parents are saints. Misha, hello, Misha, new person. Welcome to the stream. We are having a very productive day. We just had a food break where we all went and got food over a sprint, and now we're gonna go sprinting again, get some stuff done. Uh, what are you working on? What's your project? Louise, you should also tell us like, what are you writing today? We've got people here doing fantasy, mystery, day job stuff, academic stuff, a whole load of things. Oh, and you subscribed. Oh, thank you, Misha. um, yeah, if you haven't already, like and subscribe. It does help other people find us, and the more people we have, the more interesting the chat gets. So it's a little way you can help me out. He says, okay, Oscar says, "Hi, we saw you on other writing team sprints. Usually you're destroying the word counts. Oh, we get some competition going now. Excellent." Justin's planning a nap later. When I'm finished hand coding the text for my new ebook. Wow. You probably need a nap after that. Get a better look at my outfit. Well, not sure how it is because I mean I'm wearing tracksuit bottoms underneath because I'm. It's only good from the waist up. It's a streaming outfit. But yeah, I've got a waistcoat that I threw on because I was getting a little cold. I was like, oh, maybe just a little extra layer. Not a huge one, just a little one. I still keep my hands free like that. Louise writes Regency romance. This is a new book. Oh, you are one of 2 people writing a new book on the stream today. It seems to be an auspicious day for it. Misha says, right now, I'm just sprinting general productivity since I have 28 things to do and I either need to finish them or move them to tomorrow before I go to sleep. Yeah, wow, you got a busy day. I hope we can help you. Louise is saying, things seem to have slowed down nearing the end of the book, putting all pieces in place to slow my output. Yeah, that can. Yeah, I'm kind of at a similar stage with what I'm doing. It's kind of an editing, revising sort of a stage that I'm at. So that does make everything slow down, but it's still. I think the way I try to think about it is the like 700 words you get when you're just starting out and the 30 words that you get when you are responding to edits with revisions are actually possibly the same amount of progress. It's just that it looks different at different stages. We've got Exotica, a streaming outfit. Yes, a streaming outfit is an outfit that only looks really cool from the waist or the chest up. and it's and on the bottom it's like tracksuit bottoms or pajamas. That's what a string outfit is. uh, uh, Now, I decided to be a little smarter on top. Normally, I'm normally in like uh, maximum laziness outfits of a t-shirt and sweatpants or my pajama bottoms. uh, yeah, looking fab. Thank you, thank you. That's very nice. Finish on this week. Oh, good goal, good goal. I like that. Extreme cheater. Look, we can't all be Italian. I can't aspire to that level of fashionista. Uh, Exotica got the nickname No Pants because I was streaming and thought I could only be seen from the waist up. I was wearing very short shorts because the long top looked like I was wearing no pants. Apparently, the screen was showing more than I realized. The real risk for a lot of streamers is if you stand up, if you go to the bathroom or move around during your stream at any point. Yeah, yeah, you can end up showing more than you intend, and a long t-shirt and short shorts. Dangerous, dangerous. Top. Oh, thought. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understood. I understood you. God. Misha and Justin live in the same time zone, but 9,752 kilometers apart. Wow. Where are you, Misha? Should, yeah. Because you'd have to be the same. So, like, south? Oh no, initially we wear house clothes whenever we're avoiding them and save the fancy for it. It's like, yes, you see, it's sensible. It's sensible. And it's just that streaming is a weird sort of an in-betweeny space where the top half of me is being presented to the outside world and the bottom half of me isn't. So yeah, I am only wearing fancy tops and not fancy pants. Fancy pants are uncomfortable generally. Sometimes I'm wearing like giant, ridiculous trousers that I bought for LARP as pajama bottoms, and sometimes I continue to wear those for streams, and they're fancy looking. I guess they're just quite odd. The other thing you have to watch out for, I've learned the hard way, is if you have mirrors or anything that has a reflection that shows up on screen. Yes. Yes. Danger, danger, Will Robinson. In Western Canada, I've noticed a change from inside clothes only being worn, only to them being worn outside as well in pajama pants. Yeah, yeah. I think the last few years have blurred the lines for a lot of people because spending so little time outside, and it's just sort of dashing into a shop. So I do change my clothes every day. Like from I do take off pajamas because I think it just. I mean, it means you gotta wash them less if you're changing them regularly. I mean, if you wear them for the day, that's pretty much it. You're gonna have to wash them now. Misha lives very far south. Yes, figured. That makes sense. Cool. All right. I think that we've had enough chat about pajama pants and other ways of cheating. Every stream now ask if it's a LARP pants day. It tends to be a LARP pants day if I wake up very late and it's like, I must go straight to the streaming. But yeah, you can ask. I might even tell you if you want to find out whether I'm wearing LARP pants. Subscribe. Anyway, as I was saying, time for another sprint. Don't want to get too far into the weeds about pants. Wish I had a stream deck, as I could play bits of the Jonathan Coulton song "Fancy Pants." I would add that to my stream deck if I had one. Anyway, right, we're ready. 3, 2, 1, sprint. did we do? I did really well that time. I'm feeling really good about my progress. What's going on in the chat? Oh, wow. Laughing, possibly at my bad YouTube werewolf joke. It's a terrible joke. Terrible, but I like it, so I'm going to keep putting it up. Subscribe to find out more about Jack's fashion choices. I really shouldn't say that if I want more subscribers. I've just realized, unless I've missed anybody else subscribing, I now have 42 subscribers, and 42 is the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. So that's probably worth celebrating. I should make an Instagram post or something. Sorry for the delay. Yes, I'm from South Africa. Awesome. Cool. So we have today Europe, North America, and Africa covered. And I know that we have viewers that I don't think they're here today from Asia. We've had Indian and Japanese listeners, and I know we've got at least one person from South America. So covering the globe, taking over. Great. My next dissertation, my fashion choices. Look, there are things psychology shouldn't know. We don't want to look into the void, and my fashion sense is definitely a void. Oh god, too tired to do my German speaking exercises in Rosetta Stone, and my COVID voice is a disaster. Does it let you skip them? I've never used Rosetta Stone, but I am attempting to learn some Spanish using Duolingo, and that allows you to skip just the speaking exercises if you're in a place where you can't speak. It's generally better to do something than nothing. I really need to get back on that. Going to Spain in May, so it would be good to have some basic phrases. You're learning German. Third language. Mostly I use in the streams to work on my novel, but I try to get 30 minutes of German in a day. That's really cool. Learning extra languages is awesome. Viel Glück. Misha is learning it as their fifth kind of language. Fourth if you discount Mandarin, because I barely remember it due to not speaking it very often. Yeah, I attempted to learn Mandarin at one point. I did a semester of it in college. I don't think any of it actually stuck. I didn't have really that many opportunities to practice it afterwards, and it just sort of fell out. I suspect that if I went back and tried to learn it, I'd remember more than I think. But at least I wouldn't be starting from the beginning on the tones. Tones are tricky. Oscar learned French at high school. Don't count that as one anymore. Got completely deleted by Italian. Yeah. It's those two have a lot in common. Once upon a time, I was working. I was a college student. I was working in a summer camp for kids who were learning languages. They were using the local college campus, so it was handy, near to home, all of those things. And I was unlucky in that I had learned German and French. I speak Irish, but that's just for local stuff. and a bit of Mandarin, and I had mostly Italians, Portuguese, and Russian speakers. So I did not have a language in common with a lot of them because some of them, despite coming for English immersion, were not very far along on their English learning, it seemed. And some of them would kind of use that, would sort of pretend to understand less than they actually did if I was telling them to get down from there or stop poking that, or the sort of things that a bunch of teenagers are going to get up to. um but I surprised them in a couple of ways. One, I learned a couple of very basic things to yell at them. Shandy came up a fair bit. They were always climbing on something or other. And the other was looking at them when they were talking about me, because the thing about Italian is if you know enough German and French, you can generally work out the general tone of what people are saying. That and a little body language was enough to turn around to them every now and again and say, "That's not very nice." And then they never knew how much I could understand, so they were a little spooked. So Casey is a visual person, so I'm now on Pick Crew to create my character's appearance. Awesome. That's cool. I just picked my character's opinions off of Google image search. She says, yeah, enjoying German, tricky with 3 genders. Yeah, that, especially if you're coming from English as a base, the amount of grammatical genders going on is a little excessive. The neutral can throw you off now and again, get muddled up when the gender is the opposite as Italian. And yeah, and some of the grammatical gender words are just like confusing. Like Mädchen is a word for girl, but girls, but it's also grammatically neutral. Confuse. German likes to have multiple words for the same thing, like 6 commonly used words for cake. You don't need that many. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You need to be specific about cake. Cake is important. It's like, and they're really into baking. It's sort of like all of the Inuit words for snow. You got to be specific about that. Tricky. First 2 languages don't use gendered nouns. Oh, yeah. And French, which only has 2. Louise got 727 words for me in that sprint. Well, if that is you slowed down, I am in awe of your work rate. We are not worthy. And off to tend to the dog. See you around. Got editing people's bios for the contract job. Yeah. That's cool. Productive. Saying Duolingo is good for vocab. If you want to speak Spanish and understand, watch Spanish TV series and listen to Spanish music. Yeah. I am trying to listen to Spanish music a bit. It has given me a new appreciation of Lin-Manuel Miranda's work. And also how filthy Despacito is. I mean, I always knew it was filthy, but it's filthier than I thought. But yeah, I at the moment I am really at the very very beginner stages of learning it. I need to pick up a bit quickly because I'm going to have surgery in Madrid, and not everybody I encounter there is likely to be a fluent English speaker. So just having a few phrases, enough to be able to tell people if like my drip is leaking or something, maybe useful. Like I don't want to be completely reliant on Google Translate, as I am unlikely to be able to move my arms very much afterwards. So there's the thing. Uh, yeah, skipped all the speaking ones. Bootleg Rosetta for all the languages they offer. Maybe I'll do them all one day. Wow, yeah, that would be the work of a lifetime. Done about 5 years in Mandarin. Like I said, very little opportunity to practice, so I'll have to get back to it to refresh. Yeah, Oscar goes to Germany, hopefully, so it may stick. Used to pretend I didn't understand things in Italian. It would be I could use it to listen to more secret conversations. Yeah, yeah. That is the part of the joy of knowing multiple languages. I have to say that one of the main uses for Irish these days is when two Irish people are abroad, using it to make rude comments. Though every Irish person I know who has tried this and they're bitching about somebody who is present have discovered to their horror at one point or another that it's another Irish person who knows exactly what they said and are now annoyed. So that is the risk that you take, that they'll run into someone like you, Oscar, who does know. Yeah, Misha is saying, yeah, I understand Spanish and Italian from French, German from Afrikaans. Don't count things as my languages unless I can theoretically express myself in their languages. Yeah. No, there's the I like having the extra guesswork that it allows you, but those aren't extra languages. Got Count Mandarin. Should be able to speak again real quickly if I randomly woke up in Beijing someday. Yeah. Um, Carla also learning Afrikaans. Yeah, trying to keep up with the chat. That is awesome. Yeah, Despacito's so dirty. Less so than other reggaeton songs, but yeah, I should listen to more of that stuff. I enjoy a not dirty song, okay? So the Afrikaans meetup happening in the thread. Duolingo has a lot of grammar errors, at least in Italian it does. I only use the story function now. Well, it's doing enough to unlock them all. Yeah, it's not perfect by any manner of means, but it is free and provides vocab. Surgery. Yeah. I'm having top surgery in May. So it's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It will make my life a lot better, but it is going to mean that I have T-Rex arms for like a few weeks after, because you can't lift your arms, otherwise you mess up the scars. Yeah, makes me happy. Someone else is trying to learn it. Minority languages are cool. Afrikaans people also gossip in Afrikaans abroad, but it's a mistake given the amount of expats out there. Yes, it is the same problem Irish people have. It's like, how many people speak this language? not that many, but we're really widely spread out. And so, Murphy's Law just means that you will always run into them at the worst possible time. You're in a lift telling your mate that this guy's shoes are ugly, and it turns out he's from Kerry. And now, not only is he angry with you, but you have to try and puzzle out the Kerry dialect, which is, well, I imagine they also think that my dialect is weird, but I find them quite difficult to understand. Okay, so we have finally got to the end of all the comments. I think that means it is time for another sprint. I got about 300 words on the last thing, but it was like a whole paragraph all at once, and it made me very happy, so I'm going to try and do that again. Murphy is not kind. It's true. It's true. That Murphy. Yep. Yep. I'm looking forward to it a lot. My chest is really, you can't see it. It's one of the other joys of streaming. You can't actually see it that much, but it's really quite large and heavy, and it's slowly destroying my shoulders. So I will be very glad to be rid of it on multiple levels. Okay, so before we get a chance to get into more nonsense in the chat, oh god, a whole bunch arrived in at once. My connection here isn't great, guys. So forgive me, but I'll try and get us up to speed before we go. Misha has been lucky that they're always saying nice things about people. And meeting nice homesick South Africans abroad. That's good. that's a relief. You don't want to be caught saying something else. Mother-in-law found out. Oh yeah, my mother also had that. Thankfully, what I'm having is a bit less radical than that. They don't need to mess around with lymph nodes or anything like that. It's just removing the tissue and kind of shaping it so it looks reasonable, rather than needing to get every last cell out of there in case it grows into something awful. I hope that she's okay. Patrick's Day email. Yay! Foodie. That's cool. You pointing at recipes? Soda bread? Colcannon's good. Coddle. I have suggestions. I have questions. You should tell me more about it. But you should tell me more about it after next sprint. I am going to line up the time. I'm trusting that I have frozen for you because I've frozen for me. And I'm going to line up the timer. And on 3, everybody. 3, 2, 1. everybody. Welcome back. How are we doing? Suggestions, please. Okay, after next sprint. Okay. We were talking about foodie emails. So the ones I was briefly talking about. Soda bread is the obvious, quick, easy, fun thing that is a traditional Irish recipe. There are plenty of recipes for it about. It's it's a nice kind of bread because it doesn't have yeast and therefore doesn't need an awful lot of resting and improving and all of those things. Does make it fairly solid though. And, use it as a weapon if you aren't light enough in your touch with it. But Call Cannon is nice. It's a thing made of potatoes and cabbage, with mashed potatoes and cabbage of some sort with various ingredients depending on who you ask. Butter, milk, maybe a bit of cream, maybe scallions if you're feeling adventurous. Salt, pepper. Coddle is a particularly Dublin dish. It's a kind of soup. I've heard it explained by some as if Irish people did ramen, it would be or pho, it would be coddle. So it's sort of a thin, salty broth, and it has rashers and sausages and an onion, carrot, and potato in it. It's nice on a cold day. It's possibly takes a little bit getting used to. Some people don't like the boiled sausage. What else? What else is kind of traditional that you might not necessarily get elsewhere? I mean, Irish stew is a thing, but a lot of places do stew. There's kind of recipes for that everywhere already. Potato cakes are nice. They're a good way of using up leftover potatoes, because you mash up the potato, mix it with a bit of flour, egg, and maybe some herbs, and you fry them and have them with rashed sausages. Usually, quite nice. What else? Pouring brack is good, but not necessarily this time of the year. It tends to be more of an autumnal Halloween thing. It's kind of it's very like, there's a similar thing in Wales. Barm cakes. Those are some suggestions. I just see things getting thrown into the comments, so I'll probably follow up. Okay. Finished eating dinner. 27 things left to do. Well done. This is good. This is progress. We've got pizza. It's just a topic. Oscar is taking a break. Yep, I read that correctly. Awesome. Misha's saying, still working. Feel like I'm spinning my wheels, even though I know I'm making progress. Yeah, it's the struggle. It's a thing. We are getting that. We're getting there. It might not feel like we're getting there, but we are getting there. Just very, very slowly. 30 bios to edit. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, I know. I know. That must feel like a really big job. Did not know you didn't need yeast. Oh, it's buttermilk and soda usually is where the rising action comes from, such as it is. Uh, they, the way bicarbonate soda reacts to things that are acidic, sort of bubbles. So it's those things. That make it bread that is not flat. Louise, Starn, something else has come up. Got to run. Thanks so much for the sprint. Enjoy your day. Yay! Actually, I had green pea cream pasta today. Forgot to wear green though. Oops. Oh wait, my into t-shirt is green. Woo! In fairness, like not everybody here wears green. I'm wearing green because I am on screen, and I feel like I must represent somehow. What was the taco thing? Taco. What did I say? That might have sounded like taco. Okay. The things I mentioned were soda bread, colcannon, that's COLCANNON, potato cakes, barmbrack I mentioned briefly, or coddle. One of those things. None of them are like tacos. Finished building my character, including the avatar. Yes. Awesome. You say short bios, you'd think people would think max 200 words per. Nope. They take the meaning of biography very seriously. This is why you give a word count. Always give a word count. People are extra. It's like, dude, I need 100 words so people know enough about you to start talking to you about relevant things. I don't care about where you went to daycare. Maybe take a line from each paragraph. Said cabbage and various other things. Ah, yes. Colcannon. That's the one. Yeah. Thank you so much. They ignore the word count. Oh, those assholes. Oh, I am very sorry for you having to put up with this nonsense. Okay. We have just hit 5 o'clock and I've been going for 5 hours. I think that I'm gonna clock off here because at some point, really quite soon, it's going to be dinner time. And while my sandwich could come up here, I think my ma will be like, "Gotta come out of there sometime today. Talk to the other people in the house." So I think I will have to love you and leave you all. Yeah, everybody saying thanks, enjoying the space. See you next week. See you next week, Casey. Thanks everybody for being here. I have really enjoyed chatting to you. It really helped me get a bit further on what I'm working on. I hope that it has also helped you be productive. So, if you have enjoyed this stream, please do like, please do subscribe. If you want to see me again, I'll be back on the same time. No, an hour earlier. Because are we an hour early? Nope. Next week I'm still at the same time. It's the weekend after we're turning over the clocks. So I'll be back at the same time on Tuesday and Thursday. to do more of this nonsense, follow me on Instagram, do all of the things I'm supposed to tell you to do as a werewolf YouTuber, like and subscribe. And till then, slán agus bandit.